Flex. Yeah, it was alright. How about you? Morning, guys. My trading views lagging like crazy. Like, this is me trying to load a chart right now. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Anyone else having problems? Or is it just me? Fortunate. I'm like, my charts on TradingView are like not loading. Same with indicators. But every single one of them's loading right now. Range. Alright, well hopefully eventually these load. I mean, nothing else is lagging. I've got Tradeovate open. And I'm streaming. Yeah, that was a huge update. What the? Yeah, no. Alright. Well, I'll problem solve it, but I was just wondering if anyone else was having issues. All good. Buyers really need to step up here. 75 was our 30-second opening range high retest. Finally, market sinking a bit, looking a bit better than before. Russell leading down and then it going up. The buy side be able to break this downtrend on an NQ. Be able to hold up on value. Two 15s open, 15 seconds. If NQ can break over value here with ES, or if we'll need to rotate back down to ETH high before we can get out of here. I'd like to see 67s hold on RTY. Like retest our ETH high and kind of get a bounce off of VWAP ETH. I need to break over value highs off of that bounce. RTY with NQ. Russell break over value high here. ES and NQ lagging. Really NQ. I want to see the Russell be able to hold value now in our previous high on any sort of bid back in NQ ideally is able to hold this POC and push over value high, just like with the Russell. Again, waiting on NQ here for direction. Need to see buy side make 83s supportive on yes. New 15s in 2 minutes. Still just battling for this 83 level. Yeah, the dash line is just the POC shifting with time. So we know that the buy side was present here, and now we've moved up, right? So this is either going to be defended as sell side from away, and we'll revert back down, retest buy, or this level will become supportive on a retest and come up. This gives you 2 levels to understand like where we're playing off of, where positioning took place. Can be useful. I wouldn't worry about it too much until you're more familiar. New 15s opening 5 seconds. NQ trying to go for that value high now. Russell building. I don't have any targets above. I haven't charted it. We're just looking for a value high to hold. Literally it. PVZ's just opened. We've been so slow already. I want that 74.3 Russell. Need to see 84.75 on ES become supportive where PVZ is. Still just battling with this POC and value high and Q. Pushing into our Russell target now, 74.3. Value tests on ES and NQ. Russell still just uptrend, push to our target. Again, need to see our value highs be supportive on a retest. Solid bid so far. See buyers now step in to defend this high. Again, need to see Russell over 74.3. We're looking for buy side to now be present at this 84.75 to 83.25 on ES. Dips bought like that if it is going to hold. We don't want a false breakout and then a full rotation. Would be their worst case scenario. Showing that buy side doesn't have the pressure it needs to continue on. Solid hold on ES so far, 84.75. Russell now peaking over that 74.3. And Q still the only thing that's really lagging us here. Need to see the ability to start like actually building higher lows without having to go sideways for 5 minutes beforehand. It's some momentum like the Russell is, where it's just channeling up. It's still channeling up, but it's a bit more passive. Much more friction at the highs than the Russell. Really going up right now, but the difference in how much buy side is present on these names. Be a bit more from NQ so that ES can actually get out of here. Back down to POC, ES holding PVD at value high. Russell retesting our 74.3. Q is still the one that's holding us down. Bit of a shift in momentum on the Russell if we can't get back over 74.3. If POC holds its resistance on NQ, we're looking for that push back down into VWAP, and then ideally back down in our PV value high area, or sorry, value low, if doesn't get its shit together here relatively soon. Again, market's just really slow, still kind of diverging, but going up. It's reverting back to mean off of this slowdown. Not a ton of actionability yet. You want like an actual answer? Just seems quiet. I mean, there's just nothing to say. Not gonna talk the talk. I think if they weren't Sith controlled, he probably would have. But there's no way he's doing that as a Sith. Like if they're Sith. It's like you might hate the Democrats, but that doesn't make you a Nazi, right? I mean, his name was actually Darth Tyrannus, so yeah, he's a Sith Lord. I think there are definitely people who think that they're like trying to say that he was, but I don't see how you could really do it. Or maybe he's like a YouTube kid who fell through too far down the rabbit hole and got like blackpilled, one too many Jordan Peterson videos. This is our value low retest on NQ, full rotation off the failure at the highs.
So we're looking now to the fear and greed index, 41 out of 100, which indicates fear, while the crypto fear and greed index is 71 out of 100, indicating greed. We're keeping an eye on the VIX as well, which is up 2.3% at 13.8.
We really need to see NQ be able to break this local downtrend and get back over this 98.75, 104 on this push from value low. I really don't like to trade until I see us like actually start to show signs that we want to go somewhere. Still very slow, but this is the most important area for us to hold down into it. That test was really big. We now need to get back over value high and our POC, or that will be where our offer is sitting. So watch this area. Need to see buy side willing to defend this and push us back over, or again, we'll just come back down into the 73 and start to show some bearish price action. I can't get its shit together, then it's going to be very hard for us to go anywhere. I think Russell's holding up decently well. Holding POC, rotating ticks, trying to get back over value as we establish over 74.3. But need NQ for follow through if you want any moves on ES. Morning, Rory. Feels more bullish since Monday. Yeah, I just can't stand trading Mondays. Price action is just so slow. I take a trade every day.
According to the information, Microsoft readies new in-house AI model.
Usually I can find a couple of discretionary setups if I can't find any of the mechanical ones that we like from our plans that we do. But like there's like always something for a couple points here and there. It's just like a value retest or a rotation or like a VWAP play, spotting a buyer. There's always a little something. Gotta be patient and wait for the setups. This is NQ into our POC value high area. The rotation from value low. Need to see this become supportive. On a look above, or again, this is just where our offer is sitting. This is our look into that 104.25. Again, value high. Need to see a break above and hold of this area. Same thing on ES. Trying to build support. Retesting 74.3 on Russell as our offer. POC now sitting here. Four minutes until new hourlies. Keep that in mind. Yeah, I mean, what we're looking for right now is the ability. This is value high, value low. This is POC. We are attempting to build here between POC and value high, showing that we want to hold the higher end of our distribution, and we're building out this node that's taking place right here. That's all fine and good, but for expansion, we want to see the ability to bid off of value high and start to show that it wants to hold here and move up, right? This would be a great sign of expansion. What we don't want to see are failures at the highs, and then a look below POC, and then a rotation back down. That's literally all we're waiting for, is can we build at value high, or do we push back down to POC, and if that goes offer, we then trade back down to our lows. That's it. Either we get expansion or we get rotation. See that, and still the weakest thing. New hourly, 30 seconds. Testing VWAP here and NQ off of another failure to break out. Russell starting to curl over. Again, need to see it over this 74. Now made this our resistance. Top step X is live for everyone. There you go. $19 for 50K. Nice. So all like the beta testers get it for 5. Everyone else gets it for 19. Not bad. Bad at all. Hopefully their platform's stable with all the new people that'll join. They don't run into the same issues as like they were with Tradeovate. But I'm guessing that they wouldn't have opened it up if they didn't feel like they could handle it.
Goldman Sachs CEO Solomon says inflation continues to be a little bit sticky. They're currently speaking on CNBC. Says there is a possibility of a rate cut or two this year.
Isn't Apex like 90% off, just $50? Is that just like a regular Tops Up account? Oh, it's 16. Got it. Monday price action. Yeah, basically. You have a week to take advantage of, basically. Yeah, I'm sure there are a ton of people signing up right now. I don't think there's any another service that has a price point that low. Much of it. I'm seriously just about to start taking Mondays off. Let Mario handle it. Go up for class maybe? I mean, maybe. Only if I'm needed. These days it's me just sitting muted. Not a great use of my time. About as good of a use as sitting here right now.
According to a high-ranking Egyptian source cited by Sky News Arabia, a high-ranking Egyptian source again says that Hamas delegation is expected to arrive in Cairo tomorrow to complete ceasefire negotiations.
Back down to our VWAP and NQ. We've bounced here every attempt so far into VWAPs. Need to see if that'll shift, if it'll become resistance, or if we get bids to step in again. Also, our value low, or on NQ. OC retest on ES, another failure at the highs. Russell still holding a resistance. Bottom of range is really keeping an eye on the Russell as it comes down into up in our 2070.10. Our value high from our PV. We'd like to see buy side be present there with the shift, so that everything can kind of be in sync together with everything at the bottom of its rotations. Russell can bid, then goal for us to move together as one. Yeah, 2 hours later. On me.
Russian Foreign Ministry notes that a Russian nuclear drill should be considered in the context of hostile statements by NATO countries, according to officials.
So far, another bounce off VWAP and then Q, same as before, stepped in for 104. And then a bid to step in, or that's just going to be our continued resistance. Again, VWAP has been our bounce point. Every attempt and flow so far, we have a potential here to see high for the first time, where this offers being at this at 98.5 and holding, right, to make that lower high, that rotation end. So really paying attention, Russell, as well as here. I want to see ability to look above, kind of build right here. Same thing with RTY, ability to build. What we don't want to see is this create a lower high down, or this is where we'll kind of be looking for that bid to happen. Same thing with this. Our bid here, it fail again. But so far, VWAP has been the best area to play off of for NQ. Same thing with ES and our POC. Rotations until someone breaks either side.
Russia's foreign ministry says that Russia reserves a right for the tit-for-tat response wherever US short and medium-range missiles appear.
Hendrik responded yet? What's going on?
And Russia's foreign ministry says that Russia are to consider F-16s in Ukraine as carriers of nuclear weapons.
So we got our rejection on RTY here, and it looks like it wants to go for that 2070 and VWAP retest before we get anything else. NQ coming up into our target here at 104.25, so this is the first target. If you did take off of VWAP, again, we need to see a push above. Ideally, what happens here, this is the best case scenario, is the Russell finds a low into this as NQ is testing the highs, and then this causes a lift on RTY and the ability for then NQ to build above. What we don't want to see is NQ start to drag this down on the second leg and then fail here while NQ and ES are at the highs. If that happens, then we have a lot more room to the downside on NQ and ES because the Russell will then have broken its uptrend. So we are really hoping for Russell to find a bid as we step into this low. If that can happen, I think that ES and NQ probably break out. So we're just really keeping an eye on how buy side reacts as we come back down past breakout, as NQ and ES are value high. The only thing that I really see that will give us any sign of life. Again, if Russell fails to find a buyer as we push down into VWAP and there seems to be no interest, then we have ES and NQ at the highs with Russell breaking trend, showing us directionality, right? So then you have kind of elevator down in a sense on NQ and ES. But regardless, we should have a better understanding of where we're headed on that test. Should give us a bit more speed. Potentially something to actually play off of. You're not just playing these rotations.
Russia's foreign ministry on France's President Macron's statement on possible deployment of French troops in Ukraine says this can be considered as readiness for direct confrontation with Russia. Worth noting that France have spoken out this morning on these reports, saying that these are not true. Our test as we push down into Russell here. See if a bid will step in, or again, if this will break us out of this range downside. Yes, really want to see a decent sized lift as we push in.
going to hold. Still need to see Russell find a buy. TKS.
So New York Fed year
New
ahead
PVZ is just
expecting rent
opened.
rise at 9.7% versus February 2023's 8.2%. 5-year ahead expected home price rise 2.7% versus February 2023's 2.8%. Expected year ahead rent rise is the second highest in survey history. Consumers
survey
expect higher
history.
mortgage rates at 1 and 3 year ahead
Yikes.
horizons. Renters' expectations of achieving home ownership hits a record low. Consumer view on housing as investment remained strongly positive, and expected mortgage levels at record levels for the survey.
What they just said was so depressing. Like, that's... Yeah, I am. I'm moving soon for like a 6-month lease, and then I'm figuring it out. Yeah, still trying though. Q back down to VWAP and our new PVZ at 85.75. Watching the 68.40 on the Russell. Again, market continues to go down until the Russell finds a bottom. Just watching the value low. That bid to step in if it's going to. That's your full rotation on the Russell. Pushing into our 68.40 now, value low. Later, Rory. Oh, definitely guess. Yeah, this is like a 2-year timeline, I think, but we'll see. I really want prices to start to like actually crash before I invest anything. Get me out of here. This is where I start to look for the Russell to really find that low into our ETH high and our 30-second opening range low. Or high, sorry. Really, I'd like to see this 67 stay bid and then push over 70s, or I feel like we probably have one more like down to 64. So big deal here if we can find a buy side push. Need over 68.4. This will be your first profit target. This is where we look for an offer. Again, failure to get over 68.4 probably brings us down to 64s on RTY. Just playing off of our ETH high right now, our PVZ value. We'd like to see this higher low on the Russell with value now holding. Same thing with ES. We'd like to see POC be supportive here. And the look above. NQ still battling with POC as resistance.
Chevron CEO sees risks to the upside for oil prices.
The 1K volume bar. That looks pretty good. So far, perfect rejection off 68.4 on RTY. Again, need to see this ETH high hold our overnight high, or again, I look for this like 64 PVZ low, the full rotation down. Need to reclaim this and make it supportive to show the break of the downtrend. And QNES still holding off of the bounces off their ETH lows for the full rotations. But we again need to see POCs hold and then value highs become supportive. Of course, value high will be your secondary target until we show that we want anything more. Russell back down to the lows off the rejection. Again, buy side shows their presence here, or I look for a push down to like 64, 64.4. On this look below RTY ETH high, we now watch value high to our ETH high as resistance. See if offers move down. All right, this is what we're watching for now. We're watching to see if the seller is now here. Basically holding where previous buy side was. We want to see if sell side is now willing to defend a lower high, continuing this push down. Back down to our 84.50. If you're shorting off of the failure on the Russell, right, everything else, this is first PT. We want to see 84.50 become resistance. And just like with the Russell, we want to see a push below ETH high if we're going to get continuation, or this will just be the bottom of our rotations. Again, until the Russell finds a low or kind of chops it up and able to balance, you're going to get trend in that direction for the most part. Makes sense.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $6 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $6 billion.
Oh, we're not doing class today. Forgot. Forgot Mario said that on Friday. He is not at his desktop. I think as of right now, there's just no class this week. I could be wrong. That's a Mario question. He's kind of taken control of that. So when he gets on at 12:30 Eastern today, ask him. Nicely done, man. Nothing like some Monday price action. All right. I think that is a smart move.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.25% and a prior bid cover of 2.67. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.165% and a prior bid cover of 2.98.
The market looks like this, by the way. Save yourself the trouble. Don't trade it. This is what tick looks like. Just don't expect anything great. You can scalp little moves if you want, but if we're rotating zero tick without any extremes, you're better off just not touching it. The fat ones? No, but those aren't like new. Those have been on other platforms for a while. I've never been a fan, personally. Well, I mean, like, it's new for trading view, but it's, like, not a new kind of candle. That's what I mean. Sorry. I feel like you could probably just utilize like a candle overlay that highlights colors, right? Highlights candles of a higher volume and probably get better information than like making your chart look ugly. Like if you remember what was that indicator that we made forever ago? Bars. The volume weighted bars. I don't remember what that one was called. Like one of the first indicators we came out with. No, not split volume.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield
so bad.
5.25% and a prior bid cover of 2.67. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.165% and a prior bid cover of 2.98.
Why can't I look up an author's name? We released it on TFC. Okay. Didn't release it anywhere. Is this just going to be on my screen now? BCI. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, so like VCI highlights high volume candles. So it'll show you candles with above relatively high volume that causes an imbalance. So it's different than a than like an FVG, because FVGs are just price action based, but the VCI ones are volume based. Whereas like FVGs are usually low volume, the VCI ones are a high volume. But I'm sure like just a candle overlay would do something pretty similar to the bat bars. Probably a bit better. I mean, these don't even show even that large of a difference right now. But like when it looks like this,
Tesla launches another round of layoffs.
I don't know. Like maybe even just like the vector candle zones.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3- and 6-month bill auctions.
This is Russell trying to get back into value. Still waiting on NQ to get its shit together. Still just holding VWAP, rotating ticks. We have a flat tick. Again, I am not a huge fan of trading a flat tick. It just shows us that there isn't a overall great narrative, or I guess sentiment is probably the better word. Very neutral market. We don't want a neutral market as a day trader. We want a market that has clear rotations and clear buyers and sellers. Even if a market is balanced, you should still be able to have defined rotations within that. And when it's like very neutral, it just does not feel good. As soon as Russell is able to find that low, we've been going up, but ES is still very murky on directionality. NQ as well is just holding our 8450, and now VWAP is supportive. We are testing our POC. We're at the middle of our range across the board. Just need to see if Russell and NQ can be able to hold these higher lows if we're going to get any more up. I need to see the Russell get over 69s and bid. I wonder if our indicators work with the volume candle. I'll have to play around with all of the new stuff that they've made. So you might want to be careful using any of the new candle types or chart types with our indicators, because I haven't tested them, so I can't guarantee that they'll work well or like the same. Just keep that in mind if you are playing around with any of the new stuff.
Yield 5.25%, 5.25% bid to cover ratio, 2.72, 2.72. So the US sells $76 billion in 3-month bills and awards 24.63% of bids at high. And 6-month bill high yield 5.155%, 5.155% bid to cover ratio, 2.91, 2.91. The US sells $76 billion in 6-month bills and awards 31.82% of bids at high.
I hope you guys have a better afternoon, Mario, because this is not it. Make sure you guys mark 194 on your chart. 5194. That's our previous 3-week bounce low. So that's our target if we do break out ever. We'll be watching to see how we test into that. We need to be able to hold 94s for rotation through our previous balance, or that will remain our resistance. That's something I can at least give you. Just like 74s, like we have marked and have had marked for forever. We need 74s to be supportive and remain hold, like our hold. If you look at, I think this is 74s has been on our chart forever. It was our target on Friday if we were going to break out after a hold of 55s. We opened and held 74s this morning, which was the only real trade, in my opinion, on the day. Which is just our previous, like this is our higher time frame chart. So we traded into Friday's target and then have been chopping sideways since. So we need to see 74s ideally hold, and then our targets above are probably these coordinates. Say 94s and then 205s above if 74s can remain supportive.
So, according to Sky News Arabia, Israeli Defense Minister says Hamas's rejection of any agreement allowing the return of hostages will force us to begin a military operation in Rafah.
Did I look at YM? No, I'm not looking at YM. I almost never do. It clearly has nothing to do with the things that we're trading with right now. The only time I look at YM is if we're around the VWAP. The only level that I really pay attention to. It's like a nice market sentiment. Personally. So a retest of our value high from period
According
1
to Politico, the US
on
fears
RTY,
Israel's speeding up Rafah invasion timeline
as
after
well
the
as
deadly Hamas attack over the
a
weekend.
test of our value high on NQ. So that is a full rotation on NQ from our low to back to our high. Now we're waiting to see if from this Russell bottoming and reclaim of our ETH high, if we can now reclaim our 70s. If we can do that, we should be able to trade back up to POC up at 73. How do I make a new list now? Change thing. So I look back into our value over our 70s. Again, looking for 73. First target 72 into the LVN if it's going to happen. 73 should kind of be our target if we can hold 70s on Russell. Anyone? That's everyone. So here's your Dow. AMGN leading it down like crazy. Everything else basically neutral. Did I make it just off memory? No, just have a list up next. So this is what YM consists of. So when one stock is leading it down, I don't give a shit. That's what was my point at the end of it. Everything else is neutral or still like green. So like I'll always have like a overall sectors. And our sectors are doing just fine. You just have healthcare down. Everything else is still green. I mean, I knew most of them in there, but wanted to make sure nothing had changed. Russell off of the push over 70 is giving us our 73s, no change in our look. They'll need to be able to make this supportive or this will be our resistance. Understand that what we've done here is look below value and our ETH high, recover that as supportive, right? Recover our 6840 that we were playing off of, and then looking back into value. As soon as we got that, we are able to then rotate back through this node. So 73 becomes your first real test to let us know if the seller is going to hold us here, right? Build, need to see the ability to push above or a retest of our value high for the full node oscillation. This is a big shelf that we're hitting our heads on as we push into this. So what we do from here should decide if we get more or not. This is POC. We are rotating this node off of the break back into value, right? 70s is the low. There's our LVN between our two nodes separating us. Why I said watch 70s. Trade into 73s. Now we need to see if 73s become supportive. We can trade back up to 75s. Until then, expect this to be where Southside is willing to kind of absorb. NQ pushing off of the hold of our 107 and building. So move your stops up now that we are pushing into 73s. Understand that this bounce occurred when the Russell found its low. So if the Russell loses momentum here, don't expect more. Simple. But I do think that there's a decent amount of potential for more upside. Just that's why I say move stops up. I could see us flagging here for a bit. NQ leading, which is good. Watching ES here at value high at our 186.25. Again, same thing. We want to see this tail become supportive and buy side willing to build this out for more upside. There's your 73 test. See what the Russell does. And we build above. Oh, let me share this watch list. The Dow one. That you guys have it as a reference. Oops. Here. Now you have a quick one. You don't have to type it out yourselves. We're really looking for buy side to be present as we push down into this 107, 108 area. Again, we knew that 73s was going to be resistance. We're just looking for buy side to be able to build up here and kind of flag it out if we're going to get more.
According to Jinhua, she says China and France should fend off bloc confrontation.
Watching to see if this buy side liquidity is what to hold. And this look 107, 108 area. As we dip into this either buyer steps out of the way and we push back down to 100s on NQ, or we'll be able to hold this higher low and be able to flag it out. Again, Russell's still maintaining our 73s. Everything just flagging at value high. Need to see Russell find that low and a bid to step in if you want more. Remember, Russell bottom called the low. Russell high is going to most likely call the high, right? So we needed to see that bottom step in, flags be able to form, breach over 73s. Ideally with NQ being able to maintain value high at 107. We want dips, anything below 107 to get bought into grids at our POC and our VWAP. But ideally this is able to. RTY attempting to look over. Everything else flagging like we talked about. 1 minute until new 15s and new 30s. Still holding 73s as resistance. Hopefully my explanation of the stagnation makes more sense now. See it real time. Waiting for either acceptance back into this balance, right, from the seller, or this will be our rejection. Still maintaining higher lows on the Russell. Watching NQ as we come into that 107. Retesting our value. Offer attempting to lower into it. Russell rejecting our 73s. ES back down to POC. Again, just watching this 107 to 100. I want to see buy side willing to defend this edge. And he looks in. You see the Russell find a bottom. Keeping an eye on our rebid reversal level at 71s for the Russell as we push down into this NQ pivot. Zero tick on test as well. See if buy side's willing to defend this. And get the look back over 107. Or if this will now go offer for a move back down to VWAP. This is our test. From this, is this now our resistance, or can we bid off of it? If this is our resistance, we look for a move down in our VWAP again. This is our test on the Russell as well at our rebid reversal level from the rejection of 73s. So, all around, big test. See if buy side's willing to defend, or if we'll just revert back down to VWAPs. need to look over 107, or this is our resistance, the value high. Russell found a bid at our rebid reversal line at 71s. Same with the NQ into our 100s, but need more. Need to look back above, or this will be our seller. Looking for a higher low. This line? Is that what you're referring to? That's a rebid reversal. It's like a ATR of trend of our. It's just like a good area to look for bounces, or look for that to become your rejection line for continuation down. Works surprisingly well. Like a trend following mathematical line. Basically like your last chance for trend to remain. The best way to put it. If uptrend was going to remain, this is where this is the level in the sand. And then on balance days, just keep an eye on these boxes. These are our reversion boxes, which are just a, I mean, they're not just, but they're a, they're a deviation of our value. So they're going to be a deviation away from our value area. So each one will dynamically form depending on where our value high and low are. And usually on balance days, we will revert in these areas. So until we see like a strong anchored VWAP and value and kind of like price that moves up into this with an A VWAP that's following, you kind of expect reversion back down to our value level on PVC. That's all that means. It's all just like math based. We tend to see reversions from a deviation away from value on balanced rotations. And when we're in those areas, you'll see a symbol like this form, and then a line above. So it gives you a letting you know that price action is showing potential for a reversion back down. And it gives you an invalidation level for when this symbol is invalidated. So you got a reversion signal, and then a line above telling you that like, yo, this is where it would invalidate. It's a pretty obvious invalidation level. But you see that shift of our AVWAP from the period, right? This is no longer supportive. You then see a symbol. We then look for a reversion back down to value as your target. That's all it is. It's just trying to help create plays based off of how positioning is happening. Yeah, it's like the worst kind of balance day. Very similar to Friday, where it's like just garbage price action, and then a rotation, and then more garbage price action, which just makes you like doubt your position the entire time you're in it until you actually get the move. You're not getting like very instant reactions, buy side and sell side. It takes a bit longer, but like the overall levels, right, are still in play. Just add like 5 minutes to every trade. Yeah, and crippling self-doubt. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. That's why when I say like today's awful, or Mondays are bad, or like we're moving so slow. It's because of that. Because it makes you doubt your positions and your plan, and the action just like it's almost impossible to get like the perfect entry on days like today, because we're not getting like, how do you get your perfect entry when price action looks like this across? Like, at no point was this a bad entry for the higher low, but you would have been offsides multiple times just waiting for the move up. But it's just respecting value, right? Like, there's nothing that's really invalidating that. We're just seeing a buyer present here, but a seller also. And so you're getting this chop because you've got liquidity on both sides willing to take. And so it becomes a very neutral market, which makes for day trading on smaller time frames just horrendous. But like, as long as you're respecting our overall value levels and our balance, things are okay. But if not, right, this looks horrendous. This chop. And that leads to a lot more break-evens and just doubting your positioning, et cetera. Which, in my opinion, it just makes it like not worth trading. Because on any other day with similar balance or similar, when there's like a clearer direction, you're going to be able to make more money more efficiently and with more confidence, right? So like, why waste your time on a day that's going to be a complete struggle just to like break even, or to kind of like chase trades that you knew were correct but took longer than you wanted? Like, just trade on days where you have high confidence, right? Like, when things make sense. Don't waste your time on days that you're not doing well or don't have a clear picture. Trade when your plans make sense and when you understand what's happening. So off the failure at 100s, this buyer, we now just reverted back to VWAP, which is what we talked about. Russell's still holding, just trying to flag at our 73s. Yes, full rotation back down to value low. So we now need to get back over 100s to see upside, or that is where your seller is going to be sitting, just like at 107s. This is now our offer. Need to make it supportive, or this will be our resistance at POC, or the full node retrace. To think about it like this, we've failed at the highs, right? I already have this drawn. We then were unable to breach over 107. We then saw a dip below our POC, and now because of this dip below, we need to watch to see if the offer will hold here. If it will, then we rotate. This is the node which we're trading. This is the middle of the node. This is the low of the node. This is the high, right? So for acceptance, you need to see the ability to be able to bid and hold this tail here at the highs. Yeah, completely agree. Usually when we see mornings like this, the afternoons aren't bad. That's why I'm hoping with Mario on, you guys will have a better time. Just sucks for my session, but it is what it is.
Nikkei reports that Intel assembles a Japan team for chip-making automation.
I said this earlier, but like when we just rotate zero tick, there's like a 5% chance I take a trade. I'd have to see something very important, or like a clear pivotal hold on like Russell or something like that, for me to like even consider it. Like I'm really only watching our edges. Well, those extremes become really important, especially when we rotate zero. Like if we ever test 500 or negative 500 after rotating zero for an extended period of time, like that'll be a good indication of like, okay, this is a significant, because we've been holding zero for so long. So like when we do get into these highs, like this is the high. Like, that's your full rotation completion. Just like when we come into the lows, it'll be your full rotation completion. It's likely. As the market is so stagnant. I figure 84 here, value low on NQ. If I had to guess, Aram, I would say like this 84 holds, or we come down to where we slow bleed down to like 65, 64. Like it's either we hold here or we're coming back down to our opening node to retest before we get a directional decision. If I had to guess. Like if you look at where like the 15-minute VWAPs are for Globex, I think that's a good indication. Like there's just no volume below on ES here. Like this 81 edge either holds or we trade back down to like 76.
Keeping an eye on the markets, just noting the dollar raising losses on the session, now around flat, as according to the Dixie. And while the S&P holds on to gains, it's up around 0.4%.
Yeah, it's your 30-second opening range high on NQ as well. 76. Again, below this, we look for 65. This is your 15-minute VWAP test on NQ as we push down into 65s. The battle for our overnight high on NQ and ES. Testing our 76s now. Remember, we need to make our ETH high to value low supportive, or this will be where our offer sits for NQ. Keeping an eye on the Russell as well as we come back down into our value low off of the failure at POC at 73s. This is either the bottom of the range or will be our offer, right? If we fail at ETH high for that next leg down, back down to our open. Need to see the Russell bottom out from the failure at 73s. He has to be able to hold ETH high, get back over value. Same thing with NQ. Just back down to our reversion zones on both ES and NQ. From our reversion zone, right? First target will always be value. Until we can make them supportive again. pretty solid bounce off our 15-minute VWAP at 65s on and back up to our value target. Again, this is first PT. Need to get back over, or this again will be our reoffer point. We want to see acceptance back above. Little sweep testing into our 84s. Move stops up where you're in a trade, right? We want to see 84s now hold as supportive on any retest. We are trading into our VWAP as resistance now. We're looking for acceptance back into value. You want to see value lows now hold as supportive. Flags to be able to develop here for a look back up to NQ POC. It is going to happen. Again, on balance days, we expect reversions in our reversion boxes. We expect buy side to then recover this, trade up into OC. We understand that this is where value is being found, and this is where we look for excess to drive us back up or back down this area, this magnet price. This is what our node looks like. So just always be looking for those higher lows or lower highs in these areas to play back up to our value. Then once we've recovered value, you can play off of this for directionality, with POC being your secondary target if our value low holds. Then value high, your third target. Just rely on the Russell finding its lows and its highs, understanding that these rotations are occurring with that in mind. So we get our recovery of our value low, right, on RTY and our AVWAP. We then bid back up to POC POC, still resistance, get our stack sell signal, downtrend, back to our anchored VWAP support, and our VWAP, right? Just everything. That's your reversion trade back. We expect buy side to be present in this area, but we don't know for sure. But it makes sense if we're reverting back down. So we know this is resistance. We're taking profits into that level. Hold the runner if we're able to hold and then make this supportive. But if not, right, we understand that this is going to then rotate back down through the node. Back down our value. What it has done. Same thing with yes, value high, rejection, down, R, value low, H high from period 1. So we're still just rotating balance. No change, no.
Al Jazeera citing a leading Hamas source. It says movement informs Qatari and Egyptian mediators of its acceptance of their ceasefire proposal.
This is why I made PV.
So again, a leading Hamas source told Al Jazeera the Qatari and Egyptian mediators informed us of our agreement to their ceasefire proposal.
Your second target on NQ into POC, move your stops up. God, what a boring session. You're gonna need to see like sweepers step over 100s on NQ. So much volumes changed here. 100 to like 107.
So oil prices pairing gains, trading near $78 a barrel now, following Al Jazeera citing Hamas sources. Again, the movement informs Qatari and Egyptian mediators of its acceptance of their ceasefire proposal. Weakness in WTI oil.
Us sources. Russell weakness again, just FYI. Coming back down to retest our lows. NQ still maintaining OC, just trying to flag. Yes as well, trying to flag C.
So again, more commentary here coming from Hamas itself. Hamas itself said it accepts ceasefire proposals of Egypt and Qatar. So again, it's being picked up by the major wires now, citing Hamas themselves as they accept ceasefire proposals of Egypt and Qatar. Again, did see some weakness in oil prices, which is on its way back down now.
Oh, Flex is making some songs in this chap. Excited to listen to these when I get off. It's our third target here in NQ into 107s. Next target will be into the LVN above our 15, 16. If we're going to be able to make 107 supportive, just to keep that in mind. We have done the full retrace of ES as well from our reversion, understanding that value high is up here, 586. We understand that we do not expect more upside over our 88. Right, this is our reversion at the highs. This is our reversion at the lows. We understand that we have now retraced value.
At 12:50
Any
PM
excess,
Eastern time,
we look
Richmond
for
Fed President Barkin is due to
return
be delivering a speech on the economic outlook in Colombia,
over
followed by
value.
audience questions. A separate media Q&A will follow as well. So that's text and Q&A both expected for Fed's Barkin in just under 10 minutes time now. Keep in mind there is no live stream available for this event. So strange that the Windows Shift S works one time and then it doesn't work ever again.
one time per PC load. And I don't have the ability to snip. I don't get it. Like, what is that?
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
This looks like it's an RTH session. I
Yep.
guess
It's a Monday.
it doesn't. It looks like Globex. Actually, Globex looks like an RTH session.
Yeah, the little flip flop. It feels terrible. Like, it's
It
clearly
looks
just
terrible.
balance, but like, God, it feels terrible. No class today, right?
Correct. I mean, you can do something if you want, but I will
No.
not be there. I got a boogie like right after market. Not right now. Tomorrow. Well, tonight. Rest of the week.
So in 5 minutes time now at 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time, Richmond Fed President Barkin delivers a speech on the economic outlook in Colombia, followed by audience questions. A separate media Q&A will follow, and there is also a text expected from Barkin in just under 5 minutes time now. Again, there is no live stream available for this event.
Oh. I just read that. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm gonna. Thank you.
Smile and nod. Smile and nod. He was talking about the market.
We're gonna do something.
I'm hoping for one last leg. It's gonna do. Hope. A bit more excess, if not, like, we're at value. And we fail again. Rotate. Shit. Just kind of hoping.
Price-wise, it is kind of nice, like holding here.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So
no,
you
it's
know,
fine.
reads
I think as long
Barkin's
as
text here. Fed's Barkin says
74 is
inflation data
holding. I
this
think
year is
fair.
disappointing. The job is not yet done. Businesses are still looking to raise prices if they can. The risk is shelter and services, keeping the headline index above target. A strong labour market, Fed has time to gain confidence it needs to be sure inflation will fall. The data whiplash confirms the value of the Fed being deliberate. And Barkin doesn't see economic overheating, but the Fed knows how to respond if it does.
I just
Confident that
exited
current
half my
restrictive
position
level
here
of rates can curb
from the
demand
low.
enough to bring inflation to target. And so again, a little bit of strength in the S&P 500 following that text release from Barkin. Again, he did say that he is confident that the current restrictive level of rates can curb demand enough to bring inflation to target.
That was right to our reversion Q and ES. So that's a full push into our excess area outside of value. So we look to see if we can build here. If not, again, just playing balance. Not really looking for too much. Yep. Yep. I just got stopped out full there. Bouncing VWAP, no big deal, but understand like that was a significant move. Watching our retest of 107s, seeing if value rejects. We just push back inside of value, so we want to watch the offer now at our value edges on ES and NQ. This was our move and shift down to our value low on RTY, which caused a bounce, but now look for the offer to be, again, our value highs on both ES and NQ.
So Sky News Arabia with more colour say that a political source in Israel said that Hamas agreed to
That
a
was my
modified
second trade of the
Egyptian
day.
proposal. So in 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, and we're expecting comments from New York Fed President Williams, who participates in a fireside chat conversation at the Milken Institute Global Conference. No text is expected. There is also a Q&A for this as well. Again, also no live stream available for this event either.
Mark, did you listen to that song that Rory made that I tagged you in Destiny chat?
I read the lyrics.
You should listen to the song.
Oh boy.
His inner monologue.
Yeah, I believe it.
Maybe we listen to it on song that Rory wrote. Beautiful.
top DPS, I'm the king, I'm the goddamn prodigy. From MMOs to FPS, I dominate the scene. I'm the hunter, I'm the sniper, they all know what I mean. I'm slaying dragons, I'm taking names, ain't no one can compare. In the pixelated world, I'm the one who's always there. I'm maxing out stats, collecting loot, the ultimate alpha male. I'm a legend, I'm a hero, you can't
Fuck.
don't think for a second that it's just a virtual life. I'm a Chad in the real world, I cut through like a knife. Rockin'
My favorite part is the I'm the one they all want to duel. It's like, yeah, because it's an easy win.
I'm the envy of the pros, I'm the one they all wanna do.
Hustle testing value low here.
The ending has to be the
So a Sky
the
News
most
Arabia
cringe-worthy
source, quoting an
thing
Israeli
I've
political
heard in a
source,
minute.
says that the amended Egyptian proposal that Hamas agreed to differs from the formula approved by Israel.
But don't think for a second that it's just a virtual life. I'm a Chad in the real world, cut through like a knife. Rockin' style, breaking hearts. I'm the embodiment of cool. I'm the envy of the bros. I'm the one they all wanna do.
That's what you're supposed to use. Yeah, I'll buy a server. It's no. I'll just make it public if there aren't enough people. You didn't get kicked off the last time. You did that all by yourself, buddy. No, I do want to make it public though, that we actually.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, New York Fed President Williams participates in a fireside chat, a conversation at the Milken Institute Global Conference. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A. There is also no live stream available for this event. But again, Feds Williams comments coming through around the top of the hour. Sky News Arabia, citing Israeli Channel 12, said that Israel has not yet received confirmation of the Hamas announcement that it accepts the broad outlines of the ceasefire.
Just hear it. Wonder they're kicking them out. I think the server's like 50 a month, so it's not that bad. We play for like a month, maybe a month and a half, you know. $100 cost. Month of fun. Not terrible. maybe. Where is it? You know where the virtual server is located? Chicago? Could work. How much of like the CPU RAM are you utilizing right now? I mean, I usually get it dedicated. That's what I do for every single one that we've done so far. Just so that there aren't any problems.
Shortly expecting comments from Feds Williams.
Back up to our NQ target. Again, want this like 15 to 20 really to become supportive. Any dip buys, we really want to see buyers now show 10s. 110 is kind of our low. 107, 110. We want that to hold on test. Decent amount of volume being traded up there. Both NQ and ES back up to our highs.
RTY
New
does
Zealand
have room
and the UAE
to
entered talks for a
Yeah.
free
get
trade
up over
agreement.
POC, but
73. If it can do it, then yeah. Be nice. I'll probably do a New York server so that XY isn't lagging. Maybe Dallas. I think I usually do.
just be bad for him. Yeah.
I don't think we've ever really had problems with it. Because your ping, I think, was like what, like 170, 160 or something?
That was at
Fitz
the old
Williams says I'm
place.
seeing
Okay,
job
so it
growth
should be better.
moderate.
Watch as Russell comes up into 73, just as before. That is our target. Market has momentum until Russell finds a high. New high on ES and NQ.
Fitz Williams says eventually there will be rate cuts.
Not bad. 40. So that's for 30 days. It's less than $1 per. Good.
So, an Israeli official says Hamas approved a softened Egyptian proposal that is not acceptable to Israel.
Oh boy.
MQ almost back to the middle of this node.
But Sparking
CS
says
value
it's
high.
worrisome that monthly inflation prints come in higher. Fed's Williams says Fed balance sheet wind down has gone smoothly.
Boo, Tatum. Right in balance, bud.
Fed's Williams says consumers are still spending and sees GDP at 2% to 2.5% range this year. And Williams says real wages are improving. And Fed's Williams says I expect good though somewhat slower GDP growth in 2024. Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. And Fed's Williams says I'm seeing signs of more consumer caution on spending, and the economy is still healthy but is growing more slowly. Israeli official says the Hamas announcement appears to be a ruse to cast Israel as the side refusing a deal. $67 counterparties take $468.97 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. William says higher government debt means somewhat higher global rates.
The last couple weeks Monday have been interesting.
Word.
They have been interesting. New low Apple.
According to Channel 12, Israel is studying the updated ceasefire proposal. So a Hamas official says Hamas agreed to the proposal that meets several demands, including ceasefire, reconstruction, and return of displaced and prisoner swap deal.
Feds Williams says it is too soon to say how AI will affect long-term economy. Feds Williams says there is probably greater economic volatility in the future.
Yes, slight look above kind of this established mini auction we're putting in, NQ respecting, Russell down to the lows, so everything's kind of just doing its own thing right now, but in the same area. Your bullish scenario here is this bid on RTY 2070. I guess I was a little late on this call out. I noticed it as it's happening. But you want to see NQES back into these highs. And then RTY over 73. If we just reject RTY top, don't really see a look over manifesting. Tesla into VWAP here, Nvidia flat. Microsoft is pushing into the highs. Equal and opposite pressure of Apple pushing lows. Really not much to say other than that. I was late on that call out. Yeah.
Ceasefire proposal was a three-phased agreement. Each is 42 days, according to Hamas's deputy Gaza chief.
I saw us. My weekend was fine. It was like strangely really busy, but strangely not busy at all. How was Sauce this weekend? You didn't think fun, Sauce?
According to the IDF, Israel Air Force struck 50 targets in Rafah today.
You getting the mosh pit, Sauce? Big mosh pit guy? It appears as if they've closed trading on the ES. These orders coming in right now. Alright, here is the NQ into the highs. A little peak above, actually. Still watching ES in this 91. RTY just sitting on the 70. A true market maker.
And Hamas's deputy Gaza chief says, "The ball is in Israel's court. I think this agreement satisfies all parties."
Took off this 91 ES. So watching this like 72 half to 73, top of range. Yes, NQ here, kind of mini retests. I really like to look at these highs as excess and the auctions are
According
below
to an Israeli army
his
spokesperson,
highs.
when asked about Hamas announcements on truce, says we examine every answer and response seriously and are exhausting every possibility regarding negotiations and returning hostages.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey. Israeli military spokesperson says that in parallel, we are still operating in Gaza and will continue to do so.
Eyes on Russell here. Nice kind of bullish acceptance on those little retests. Yes, and Q. So we're watching this RTY like 73.
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey.
As we're like 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes here out from turn of the hour post lunch, I do want to highlight that on higher time frame, this like 91.5 is a pretty important edge on ES here. And your primary node kind of structure above is into 5200, so we do have some room if this kind of grindy trend that we've put in the last, you know, hour and a half so far maintains. As Russell looks above 73 here, we want to see kind of like that past basing auction where 73 was resistance and 70 was holding a support, get put in with 73 holding support. We can still kind of lead on 75 value high, I think, as resistance. If we look above, that's also completely acceptable. But we want to see either 73 stay supportive or the 74.5 to 75. But yeah, that's kind of it. This is, like I said, a very important kind of ES structure here, with a really distinctive node above. This node edge is the 91.5, basically up through 15, which is our first. This 52 to 52.15 was the first kind of like big bullish target. So yeah, it's a little check-in. I will make an intraday ideas post so you have a chart. Oh, you are welcome, Tatum. Another not as important but notable here is this 91.5. Obviously, with structural confluence, is the 618 of the entire downtrend.
One minute remaining.
So the Fed survey says a net 15.6% of large and medium US banks tightened C&L loan standards in the first quarter of 2024 versus 14.5% in Q4.
Very good, Tatum. Higher high ESNQ after Russell supporting previous auction. Still want to see pressures on Russell up towards value high. Really, as long as Russell can
According to the
support
Fed
and
survey,
continue higher
net
lows,
percent of banks reporting
see you
weaker
guys get into
demand
that
for C&I
52.
loans increased in Q1 from Q4. And the Fed survey adds that US banks in Q1 reported having tightened all the terms surveyed for each commercial real estate loan type over the past year. So just seeing another text release from Fed's Barkin here as he answers questions. I hear strongly from business contacts that the labour market is normalising, though some sectors that fell behind in hiring during the pandemic are still catching up. At this point, I'm willing to believe that current rates are restrictive enough. The metric of where the neutral rate is have moved up, but feels like the current policy is restrictive. So again, Fed's Barkin says it still feels like the weight of risks is towards inflation. It takes a while to coral price setters to think they don't have a chance. Says the recent data makes you think less optimistically about how quickly inflation gets under control. It is a stubborn road. GDP growth still seems strong. Focused attention now is on the jobs market. Says I tend to imagine that the Fed will need to take some edge off of demand to finish the inflation fight, though some help from the supply is still possible. Have not yet seen evidence that inflation is on track. So again, Barkin have not yet seen evidence that inflation is on track.
NQ retesting here. ES still slightly above the structure.
So those comments come from Fed's Barkin after he speaks to reporters in South Carolina following his event earlier today.
RTY hold here is looking fine. NQ not really getting the slight buy side aggression we're seeing on ES. There's two-sided trading ES at 93 here. For any continuation, you don't really want to see these buyers get stuffed or a larger degree pullback, which isn't huge in terms of points, but structurally, it's not out of the question. Most immediate would be ES looking back towards 89 and NQ into 25, 26. So like I said, not huge. It's in the past auctions, previous auctions.
An official briefed on the talk says that Hamas agreed the Hamas agreement is to the latest proposal that Israel made on April 27th with no changes to major elements.
There is no class today, Mike. You get a week off. This is NQ, that deeper look towards 25. Yeah, still supporting over last auction. RTY really tight here. Like to see a bid with NQ ES back to top of range. Very good, Sauce. Very good. So watching any reaction off Russell, top of range. Looking for that look into 75. The last like 4 points on ES towards 52. $5,200, I should say. I know I do that. $99.5 was close. Gotta do me dirty like that though, huh? If we're going to get another kind of like clean test there on ES, you want Russell really responsive here to that value high look. If not, I would not be surprised if we see a slight little sell pressure back towards ranges.
NYMEX diesel June futures settle at $2.46 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline June futures settle at $2.58 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $78.48 a barrel. That's up 37 cents or 0.47%.
NYMEX natural gas June futures settle at $2.19.
And Q, looking back, previous auction. Do I look above? Still want to see Russell be supportive here. Hold higher lows. ES can look down a little bit more. A little bit of weakness I was talking about. We'll get a node rotation here on Russell. Light deeper look on NQ. ES still holding higher. Are we having fun? Woohoo!
A US soldier has been detained in Russia, according to an NBC News reporter.
Keep eyes on Russell here. Cannot support above this previous 70 to 72 half auction. We should expect it to oscillate, come down through 70, put NQ pressure back on the 25-26 test, if not slightly lower towards 1920. Then ES still looking for this 90 area. ES structurally most sound here. In terms of higher time frame, I should specify that. Like intraday, it's pretty clear on all the names.
Brent crude futures settle at $83.33 a barrel. That's up 37 cents or 0.45%.
Little ESNQ buy side response there. Also not quite all the way down to 2070.
Front month, NYMEX natural gas settles at $2.19 per million British thermal units. That's the highest since January 29th. According to an Axios reporter on Twitter, the Prime Minister and the War Cabinet's ministers will hold a telephone consultation tonight after the negotiating team finishes examining Hamas's response.
Eyes on Russell here. Three and a half minutes here till last hour. I mean, really not much to say. The same things where oscillations and kind of like, I don't want to say downside pressure, but sell pressure seems to be the name of the game until Russell can hold these higher auctions. I'm going to keep kind of relying on that unless I see something like drastically shift in the order book.
US official familiar with talks says the US is committed to stopping invasion of Rafah, says Israel still plans to proceed. And a US official familiar with talks says Netanyahu and Israeli war cabinets have not appeared to negotiate with Hamas in good faith in the latest round.
All right. Russell, finally into our 2070. Yeah, still holding above 91. That was really quick on NQ. I know this is very slow, etc. But understand, still higher time frame, holding over 90 is very good for ES here. Eyes on tick with this Russell move. 0 becomes resistance, and we start seeing continued lower highs on Russell. Downside pressure becomes a higher probability, but still trust these kind of auction pivots. Pretty well defined. Looking back over 0. I'm gonna see a little bit more on Russell here. Still watching for Russell reaction. Watching 0 tick. Yippee.
Israel says it will continue Rafah operation to pressure Hamas.
Low tick of day here for zero failure. Not getting Russell lift. But ESNQ just sideways. Russell value low. You have like a really kind of slopey tail here on RTY structure. If you operate below, yes, almost down to our kind of target look here into that 90. VWAP Russell, ES into 90. I'll see if we can get that ES, or excuse me, NQ back into that 25, 26 for a quick buy.
So just seeing from Al Jazeera, as Israel's PM Netanyahu's office said, the War Council unanimously decided to continue the operation in Rafah to pressure Hamas to liberate the prisoners and achieve the goals of the war, as reported by Israel earlier.
Come on, Russell, back over value low. The 0 tick if we're going to make a full rotation. Zero tick.
Israeli military says it is currently conducting targeted strikes against Hamas in eastern Rafah, according to a statement.
NQ coming in at top of range. Russell looking back into value. Halfway back, yes. Nice on Russell holding value low there. Zero tick. Need some oomph. If we don't see a strong lift here, I'd be looking back towards our low targets on ESNQ. You want to see Russell hold if we do see those rotations for any further upside the last like half hour here. Here's our peak as we come back towards these buyers. So again, you want to see Russell be able to hold inside value. Another pretty strong reaction on this 9091 ES. 30 NQ. Looks below, still looking for like 89, 88 ES and that 2526 area NQ for kind of your like last chance. But if we do get that test, it needs to be uber strong. Understand that any like downside failures here do come off of lower highs. So it's kind of need to kind of buck into gear and see rotations. Or else your probability of sideways or down into the close. Well, that was surely a nice response. Out of our areas, need higher high here though. Yes, and Q coming into highs here. Really want higher high here. No higher highs, and I would be looking for a lower low off next rotation. Need oomph. I'm sorry, it's coming in at this 94.5, 95. Yes. I don't want to see them stuffed. For any buy side continuation into the close, 20 minutes on the day. Looking for some ES follow through here. '97's first look. You have RTY imbalance filled through 71. NQ almost to the highs, break above, just look towards 60 first. That will fill. Any weakness that persists, you're still concerned about these 94, half 95 buyers that are fresh. Last chance here, in my opinion. Here's our NQ take. Point and a half off our 60 first target. There is 60s trading. Woohoo! Some Russell weakness as it came in on top of that sell side imbalance. Like to see ES have a NQS push here. Close it off, and that'll be it. See if we can get a clean 5200 trade. I am out of everything here. Last 10 minutes. I'm glad we got that move. How did people do today? I know it was kind of like slow and draggy, but hopefully people were patient, had good days. As long as you just waited, things were quite good. Didn't feel good, but felt good on the exits. Yeah, ES was just too stuck. There's like 2 or 3 good afternoon rotations. It's very much like a sit in position day. Like my shortest trade today was 19 minutes. Yes, 1 tick off. 1 tick off. They got to do it. Hey. Great success. Enki really chugging. Was surprised. Very nice on ES there, though. 2.5 minutes on the day. Oh. Yeah, it's like very nostalgic. That's one of like the few games that I've owned on like multiple consoles and platforms. One more minute, a little squeezy here. Ten seconds. All right, there it is. What a day. Goodbye, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. I will sound different. Hopefully, my setup works perfectly fine and there are no issues. Fingers crossed. All right. Adios.